Hello. Okay. So I have a commission that I'm doing first before I'm doing any Marianarch continuation. I decided to start at 7 because I was like, okay, I'm gonna have my dinner first, but my dinner was done really late and I was only just finishing it around 7, so I've literally just finished it, so yay. How is everybody? Or hi, who's here? Because I don't even know. Hello! I need to let Celestial Royals know that I'm doing her commission on stream. My brain feels like it's dead. But hello guys! So also, this is kind of a spoiler for what Asteria looks like. So if you follow Celestial Royals, Celestial Royals recently just aged up her Sims. And this is one of the twins. I still have to wait on what Perseus or Percy and Adonis look like, but I got pretty much first dibs on seeing Asteria because she wanted a commission. I'm like, yay! Ooh, Vitor siblings. I've been building. I was meant to start this yesterday. I had every intention of starting this piece yesterday, but I was busy catching up building the Cinderash Palace. I've barely got any CC in my game at the moment. I've still got the Better Build By mod in there just to help me build. My brain is like, what were you doing? Oh yeah, you were going to message Celestial Royals. Okay. You love my story. Oh, my... Ah. Guess I'm gonna open up The Sims. What I might do, maybe if I finish this during this stream, I might actually open up my Sims game at the end, because it actually loads. It actually loads within 2 minutes. Never seen before, never done before. That's because most of my CC is like out of the game while I'm building. Just to create a less problematic experience. Now I need to put my phone on charge because my phone's at like 15% and is screaming out for... Today is your birthday! Happy birthday! My birthday's next week. It's next Sunday, so my birthday's like a week after yours. I've changed her hair colour. Maybe not all of her outfits contain the dyed hair, or like the green part of the dyed hair, but I know that it's, I think most of the hair is black, and I wouldn't be able to check because currently my Sims game does not have CC in it, or like majority of my CC in it. And I started a new save where I was like deleting all of the lots except for the ones that I wanted to work on. Okay. So this commission was from Celestial Royals. Of her character Asteria. It's a half body commission. So we do get to see a bit more of the outfit and the dress. It's gonna be so pretty. When's your birthday, Undead Rose? My brain is like a sieve today. It doesn't exist up there. Hey, Jenna! I'm working on a commission. And since this person I'm doing the commission for is a creator, like is a Sims creator, they can actually pose their Sims in exactly the way they want it, and I'm just like, okay, I'll do it in my style. Don't you wish all clients could do that? You're just like, okay, pose it in The Sims. I know not all clients are going to be like that, but like, oh, it makes my job so much easier. But no, they knew what they wanted. Your birthday was Friday! Happy belated birthday then. Oh, it is convenient. Also, I got like a sneak peek at this character because she hasn't actually been revealed. So this character already plays a role in Celestial Royals' story so far, but she's only been seen as a child. Like, this is the first time she actually was aged up. And I think outside of the creator, I think I was the first one to see her as a teen. Because she wanted a commission off me. I'm like, oh, okay. Oh, exciting. I'll be happy to take that commission. You don't have to have them posed exactly. I just need like a visual reference of what you want them to wear. So it could even just be a mood board of things. But character references. The thing I really wish I actually remembered to do was go in, like on Clip Studio Paint, is go to file time lapse and record time lapse, because I didn't do that like when the canvas was blank. I did it when I'd got the rough basics down. Obviously I still have to do even more of a rough sketch on top, just refining it even further, but oh, don't worry. Oh, me and Violetta Sims we're talking about spoilers. She practically flipped her lid, flipped the table, kind of surprised when she discovered my plans for Sparrow and Holly. Obviously, people who have been seeing my artwork kind of know the story. Like, roughly know the story, at the very least. But people who only have followed me for my Sims stuff before my artwork, they don't know. They don't know the tragedy that's about to happen. Hi? Hi, Andra. My brain just had a complete meltdown. Only thing with looking at the Sims reference, sometimes I follow the reference too much, if that makes sense. So I sometimes have to look away from the reference just to try and get my own style in there. Because it's kind of like when you're doing a draw this in your style and you're wanting to reference the original piece, but sometimes you're just doing it so much that it starts to look like that other person's work and not your own. I don't know whether you've experienced that. Also, something random, something just completely popped up in my feed on my OBS was like, apparently Lemia Crescent has followed me on Twitch. I'm like, what? What? Apparently she did so 5 days ago. Filling the dreams of, like, teenage Zoe. Also, is it just me? Is it just me, or like art YouTube feels like it's just fallen off the face of the planet? It's like it does not exist anymore. Like I barely hear anything from it anymore. Oh god. Oh god! That's a big eye! Oh! No idea whether she still posts to YouTube. I think she Twitch streams more than uploads to YouTube. To be fair, I haven't uploaded to YouTube in like ages. Better. Okay. So the way Asteria looks, she does actually have some of her eyelid, but like it's very, like it's a small eyelid, so. No one I used to watch really posts anymore. I know, it's sad. I mean, I post streams and the occasional video. Yeah, I think most people are just going with what's easier, or like what's easiest. Asteria has like a really pronounced lip. She's really pretty. She looks like her mom. Hi, Stars Jam. I did send Celestial Royals a message, so whether we see her during this live stream, who knows? Basically, I made a second account ages ago, which required a new phone number, but oh no! Rip to the TikTok account. Oh. Yeah, I've been really busy like with work to like post during the week. Unless I have something that's like already done to post, like I would never really post during the week anymore. She's got like, I don't know how to describe her eyes. Hooded, almost? To be honest, I don't really know the words for like different eye shapes. I'm just guessing. Hi, Lula. Sims is running. Which family did I go to? The Mermaid Royal family. Of course. Who are you drawing? Do you follow Celestial Royals? Slanted. Okay. Okay. If you follow Celestial Royals, this is the teen Asteria. I think that's how you pronounce her name. Nobody has seen her as a teen yet, except for me. And now you guys. But at least on, in terms of her story, nobody's seen her as a teen yet. Something's up, and I can't think what it is. Maybe it's because I need to draw the actual face shape in. That would help. Give me a little bit of, like, reference. What is it? Every time I draw, I feel like I'm rusty. Does anybody else, like, have that sense of feeling rusty every time you go to draw digitally? Or is that just a me thing? She's actually... her face is a bit rounder. So it's a bit softer. I'm not going to finish Marianarch by the end of March. I know that's for sure. But, no, I'm taking my time with it this time. I mean, I'm definitely feeling less burnt out, but then again, like, I'm only really doing Marianarch on the weekends because by the time I get finished with work, all I want to do is play The Sims. Or, like, all I want to do is do anything but Clip Studio Paint because I've been on it for, like, 5 hours at that point. I hope that makes sense because I use Clip Studio Paint for work as well, and if you could see my Clip Studio app where it's got like the Manage Works section, it's got a mixture of like personal and work related stuff. Yeah, I know. I'm not gonna stress about it. I think the goal for me is to get done, I'd say probably about 4 or 5 pieces out of the 15. Because my digital art takes a really long time, and also I've got other priorities. So say if I was to get more commissions, then those would take higher priority than the Marianarch. Why doesn't this look like my style? Like... oh... Why do I feel like I want to scrap this already? Or at least scrap the face. I'm not happy with it. Why is my perfectionist nature like this? What I will do though, I won't scrap it completely. I'll put it on another layer and then hide it and then do it again, see which one looks better, if that makes sense. Why do I do this to myself? Why? I know, but I feel like I can do a better job of it, if that makes sense. I think the first thing I'm gonna do is I'm gonna map out the face a little bit more, because yeah, I do have it in the rough, in the super rough, but I could do with like the shapes. Oh, flipping the canvas could be a good one. Also, since this one is like supposed to have powers and stuff, I'm kind of feeling the whole her looking towards her hands instead of like looking at us, if that makes sense. Oh my god. Oh, you don't have the baby yet. Is there a quick way of flipping the canvas in Clip Studio Paint? I know, I sound like a complete lunatic when I say that. There must be like a super quick way. Instead of like just pressing transform or like trying to transform it in the opposite direction. Yes, please tell me. Please. Tell me. Because I've been using the convoluted way. Navigator. Oh. Oh. You're a lifesaver! Woo! Thank you! I'm so stupid! I feel really stupid for not even noticing it. I'll draw it in this direction for now, because it's the direction that I normally don't draw in. Oh, that looks so much better. Thank you. That feels better. Yeah, I actually like having the EX version is just it's funny because had my because I am now clueless about what I want for my birthday, like completely. And if I hadn't have got like the EX as a part like of my more efficient workflow for work, I would have actually asked my mom to put money towards me upgrading to EX. That's probably something I would have done. But no. It's quite funny because my birthday's on Mother's Day. So my mother was asking me, what do you want for your birthday? And I was like, well, what do you want for Mother's Day? And she couldn't answer me either. I always draw either too small or like not to scale, or not to the scale that I want. Yeah, I'm not gonna do individual teeth. My mind is like, oh, I should do individual teeth. No. No. This is only like the rough sketches, Zoe. Don't get overzealous. She's got this like big hairstyle, which is really pretty. Yeah, I've had Clip Studio Paint since the year I finished uni, which I think was 2018. And honestly, I don't know everything about Clip Studio Paint, to be fair. I'm still learning new things. Is it just me, or Asteria is, like, fit? She's got some muscle there. Is it just me? She looks a bit toned. Nothing against that. I'm just like, whoa, okay. Just looking closer at the pictures. Yeah, I was pretty much fully zoomed out when doing the rough. When doing the first initial rough. I think to get the shape of this more refined rough, I will definitely zoom out a little bit more. She is toned. Krita's not bad. Like, it's not bad at all, really. It's just I prefer Clip Studio Paint. I feel like it's more intuitive. I think with Krita, I just kept going back to Paint Tool Sai, because that was the program that I mainly used at the time. The fact that I used to say I'm not going to use any of the programming settings. Paint Tool Sai, oh, I've grown. Oh. I don't think I said those words exactly, but, like, you know what I mean. Just, I never thought I would ever use Clip Studio. Marcia asked Sailor if he wanted children. Oh my god! Where is this game going? It's headed in the same direction as, like, it previously went. That's where it's going. Me using Say right now. Yeah, I think I'm going to change the position of the arm a little bit to match the reference a bit more. So I'm going to tilt it a bit down. That feels better. As in, that feels more natural. I still might move it though, to be fair.
But it's a bit long. Oh, okay. You mean the forearm or the or the top part? The top part of your arm. Below or above the elbow? I'm pointing to it as if you can see it, but like, obviously I haven't got my camera. I just noticed that my webcam just like, ooh, liquefy. True. But I am gonna move the hand. Not liquefy it because I don't want to destroy it. Better? Not me moving on to the hair because because I love drawing flowy lines. I'm just getting a sense of the scale of it. If you were to fold up your own hair, you'd see two hair. Oh, okay. Yeah, I get what you mean. Okay, I could probably do with more references of the hair. I do have more references. I mean, this is what the hair looks like. Looks so pretty. Oh. Squeaky chair. Very, very squeaky chair.
Okay, it's not that high completely. I would say it's more so this high. Because it gets tied slightly higher. I know, it's so pretty. If you don't read Celestial Royals' story, then what are you doing? It's so good. The suspense, and it's like, oh, it... Yeah, I can see what you mean. More to the right. Oh, that's so much better. I can see what you mean. Yeah, because it should match up with the nose. So, Celestial Royals' story is obviously a royal story, but it's Victorian era fantasy. Like a gas lamp fantasy. It's so good. Her editing as well. Mwah. Sparkly editing. I've had to stop editing properly editing my my story posts. Okay, apparently Celestial Royals... Let me just trip over my own words. Yay! Apparently Celestial Royals is going to come along and see progress.
I think a lot of the times with Sim stories, you want to have a character. You want to have the shots of the character talking, so you actually know which character is actually speaking. But I get where you're coming from with the establishing shot. So I try and make my establishing shots more so the first one. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like with my Cinderash Royal Castle. That can't really be translated into The Sims particularly well, but I want something within the game's limits that can actually function, that has the vibes that I'm going for. So in terms of when I play The Sims, I tend to go for something that kind of meets in the middle of the two, if that makes sense. I still have that layer of that face that that I did. Look at the face! I like the new one a lot better. I was right to scrap it. Because man, it sucked. Also, something to consider with the Sim stories, that each post only has 10, like a maximum of 10 slides. What I tend to do with my stories is I tend to take multiple shots of like close-ups, but I also add it in with further away shots. Hey, Celestial Royals! I hope I'm doing Asteria. I hope I'm pronouncing her name right as well. Because I have this gut-wrenching feeling that I'm not pronouncing it right. Asteria? Oh, I don't know. My brain is like, it does not exist. My brain just being like, who are you? Where am I? It's preparing for its quarter-life crisis next week. Oh no, I wasn't... We were just talking about story posts in general. Just, it's nice to have those establishing shots. Asteria, okay. I'm so glad I'm pronouncing it right.
crows. Ah! The tea! The tea!
That's how you say it, yay. I'm so glad I say it correctly though. Get the funny feeling I'm gonna muck up this arm. Yeah, there's a lot of royal family Instagrams that has literally just grown over the past several years, which is not a bad thing. I love everybody's royal family. But I love Asteria. Asteria is like a brown-haired Celeste. Because Celeste was ginger. Yeah, Lula has been helping me with the whole Clip Studio Paint things as well as like anatomy, as she's helped me several times. She's baby. Look at Asteria's baby. Is there any Fabian in any of them? Or are they just all pure Celeste? Because Adonis as a kid looks like Celeste. Like, a lot. No, all of my screenshots are in, like, the size of the screen. And I just move it to how I want it, if that makes sense. Oh, I try and add multiple panels. Wonder if I can actually just get up one of my Sims posts that actually has panels. I mean, with Argus's tour, when I was editing it, I do actually have, like, this establishing shot of Argus. And, like, the bodyguards just walking. Like, these are just deco Sims around one Sim. But I also try and have panel. I'm trying to find one, like, just... Haha. I think this... Oh, I was taking the picture. I was taking the colour from Ray's commission, like, as the background. I was just colour picking the background colour. Because I tend to use that one quite a bit. But yeah, the panels! But you can see while Lucille is like feeding and comforting Orion, like Argus is pulling up outside. Like that sort of feel. Percy looks like Celeste. Oh! What about Adonis? Is he pure Celeste as well? Cause child Adonis. Yeah, everybody approaches their text differently. I used to do different colours. I mean, a remnant of me still using colours still appears in my machinimas. Oh, he's a mini baby! But him as a child looks so much like Celeste. Oh, okay, bye, Andrea. Bye, Andrea. But yeah, in terms of panels, it can be easily seen as like two things happening like relatively at the same time. Or you want a look at a character's face while somebody else is saying something, if that makes sense. I think of I like to think of my Sims posts a little bit like a comic, because I have experience making a comic, even though I don't really work on it too much anymore. Interconnected has like become the least of my priorities, unfortunately. But I kind of take at least some of the posts as like comic strips almost. Oh. Okay. Watch me completely mess up the hand. In every way, shape and form. Hands have never really been a strong suit of mine, but if you look back at really, really old artwork of mine, at least they're not tucked behind the back anymore. Who used to do that tuck behind the back technique? It wasn't really a technique, it was just, I can't be bothered to do hands, let's hide them. puffy, curly hair. Ah. But yeah, we weren't like. I know we weren't. On my brain. Where did it go? I wasn't. Well, none of us were like singling out a single like Sims story, but it was a case of like, hey, there's interesting aspects to talk about. Because everybody approaches it in different ways. Not me accidentally making her hair longer than it should be, because I like drawing long flowy hair. Oh god. I zoom out too much. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, there's flowers. I'm just scribbling at the moment. Because rough draft. I'm just wondering, is this game an in-game dress? Because I think it might be. I think it might come with the Vampires pack. Or at least something very similar comes with the Vampires pack. As far as I'm aware. I could be wrong. This could be just a custom content dress. But I feel like this is in-game. Or at least something very similar. it's a recolor. Oh, so it is kind of custom content, but it isn't. It's like a Frankenstein of the two. It was oh. Nice. Well, we've all done that before. I will say, at the moment, my game loads in under 2 minutes. Because I've barely got any CC in it. Because I've been building. When I shove my CC folder back in there, I still have some mods in there. Like the Better Build Buy mod and the Tool mod and that kind of thing. But as soon as I shove back in my hair and my clothes folders, it ain't my game is gonna take like 10 minutes to do. To actually load up. At least. My game with its CC folder in it. Why would you do this to me? Oh, you don't know where the mesh is from. Oh. It's still very pretty though. But yeah, I definitely think we've got something similar in game. Here is the question. How many gigabytes of CC do you have? When I put my entire CC folder in to my mods. Thank you, sweet pop. But yeah, when I put my entire CC folder into my mods folder for Sims, I think there's at least 50 gigabytes in there. Possibly a bit more by now because the Sims resource should be illegal. Oh. At least 20. I wish I could say the same. My mods folder cries. To be fair though, it might be my system. Because my system I got back in 2016? And it's like an i5 processor. I don't know what your system is, but like... Mine dates back to several years ago. Several years ago at this point. Touch wood, it continues to live. Yeah, how? Teach me, please. Yeah, I sometimes watch Ray's streams and she's like, oh, I've got to restart the game, and it only takes her like a minute or two for it to boot up. I'm like, please, give me that power, please. It's gotten to the point where I'm just like, okay, I want to play The Sims. Let me just press play and leave and leave for a little bit because I know it's going to take so long to load up. It's like, press play, go downstairs and get myself a drink. Or like, get myself a snack or something. While it loads. Yay! It is! It's like, it looked very familiar. Yeah, what I need to do is I need to go through my CC and just pick out stuff that I don't need anymore. But I use so much stuff when like decorating for my CC builds that I'm like, oh, I don't want to get rid of it. But yeah, I think a part of it with the loading thing has got to be like something to do with the system that you have. It's dependent on the system you have. Wouldn't surprise me if that was like partly to blame for why it takes so long. I'm sizing it to the canvas a little bit better. Let's see how it would look mirrored. Yeah, with pose packs. With pose packs, it's an actual problem. I think with pose packs, I've got over 1,000 of them. I would not be surprised if it is at over 1,000 at this point. I have separated them into, because I've got an animations folder as well. But I have a lot of poses. Yeah. This is just the poses folder, and there's folders within folders for some of the pose packs. In this one folder, I have 969. That's a lot. Yeah. Yeah, I might have to splurge on a new system at some point. Yeah, but that's just in one folder. It's a problem. Also, trying to sort out pose packs. Trying to sort out pose packs is like not really possible. I wish that there was a better way to sort out pose packs. Oh, don't worry. That's happened. That's happened to me before. Or the game just can't keep up with its own madness. Okay. What I might do is I might tilt it a little bit more. Because sometimes when I draw characters leaning back, I sometimes draw it like a bit too far back. What I might do is I might take the face and see how it would look just a little bit further up and a little bit further back. Because it's a bit too close to that side of the face. It needs a bit more room to breathe. Ooh. Oh, I could do with a smaller eraser. There is a fine line between big lips and brat's lips. Oh, the fine line. have a mermaid running in his tail at some point. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have had Zayla in particular doing that. I think out of all of the mermaid sims, I think Zayla was definitely the one to do it the most, and I'm sorry. it's Zayla is probably I wouldn't say poisoned, but like I don't know any other word to describe it. Poisoned your game with that. Just like, there you go. There's a glitch for you. Is he the reason Marcia is missing her body when I was playing today? Maybe? I don't know. Well, to be honest, like an easy way to fix that is to actually go to Manage Worlds. Like, go to Manage Worlds and then load back into that household. I mean, I got that tip from Little Simsy, but because when I finished dressing Alessia and Arcadia in their outfits for like, because the next family portrait that I'd like to do is the Cinderash Royals, and I was going to take some pictures of them, but like their arm disappeared, like both of them in their new outfits, and all of their outfits when I was trying to change them. But reloading the household actually really helped. The sim was like, take away the baby, I take her body. Oh. I hope it's okay, like, I hope it's okay that I actually changed the direction in which her eyes are, because in the pose, she's looking at us, or at least like looking off to the side. This one would be more so of her like looking at her powers, if that makes sense. I think I've arched her eyebrow too much. She's supposed to look soft. I will say, every time you have a glitch, you could just blame it on Zayla. Just be like, why are you glitching? But yeah, their arms just did not appear, like at least one of the arms. Oh, yeah, my editing style and just my artwork style in general is just sparkles. Sparkles everywhere. I can't help myself. I mean, even if you were to look at some of the work that I do for my job, you're just like, there's sparkles in somewhere where there doesn't need to be sparkles. Hi again, Lula. Well, I'm now going on to line work. And this is what it looks like in the opposite direction. I think what I might do is I might grab the liquefy tool and move You got some new toys for your rats? Oh! Cute! I personally would not have pet rats, but like, to each his own. But just the idea of you giving small animals new toys. Cute. Oh, now it's starting to look a little bit like, it has that look of Celeste almost. With that softer eye shape, I think. One of the toys was actually a cat toy. Oh! Mini cats. But with arms and super social. Oh, sounds cute.
later.
I either do it too large, too thick, or too thin. Like in terms of line work weight. I'd say the only issue with the liquify tool that I'm having so far is the fact that it pixelates some of the work. I mean, it's not a super big issue. Anyway, all three boys had woken up. Oh, you were just watching them play. That's cute. Oh, she is wearing earrings. Guess who forgot to draw earrings? Me! To be fair though, I do have like various different brushes that I could actually use as the earrings. I do like a digital commission, I always think to myself, what piece of artwork was the one thing that made that person think, yes, I want a commission from you now. I always have that thought of which piece was it that was like the clincher. I'm curious. To be fair, curious and nosy. Fine line. Or just what digital piece comes to mind first when you think of my digital work? I have noticed a fatal flaw with this hand. You can see that the fingers, like, you can see that they, like, go over more of the hand. There is a fatal flaw. I will be right back. Oh wait, no. I'll just be right back. I'll leave it on the screen. Okay, I'm back. Okay, I have a question for you, for when you get back. Do you ever think you'll reboot your story? You mean on the Sims side of things, or not? I will say one thing that I found really, really interesting. Mira Ray, I think literally just today, posted a picture of Amira, May, and Callan in their debutante ball outfits, but in the series, you never really see a debutante ball type of thing go on. Because the first generation to really have it was actually, like Cornelius, Genevieve, Elena. So like that generation. So it was interesting to see her add to her lore. But it makes sense, if that makes sense. My Sims... That is true. Oh, you were specifically referring to my Sims account. If you were talking about my comic, then no, that will be... that's a time capsule. But in terms of my Sims account, maybe? It depends which story beats they are. As with Argus's story, so like Argus's story is obviously the most recent. Argus didn't really have too much of a story. He had story beats, as in like kind of like keyframes in an animation. He had like certain ones to hit, but he never really had anything like in between. Yeah, I definitely think I will go back to at least some events that don't get covered very clearly or just need a little bit more context, because I have done a flashback sequence. I'm pretty sure I have it here somewhere. I'm just eating a cereal bar or two. I can't remember exactly where it is though. There it is. Of course! Go ahead. Also, at the moment, I'm dealing with the issue of time, because when I first started making story posts, I had a bit more time to focus on them. Like, I had more time in my day. But now, since I actually do have a job and I work, I've got to fit everything else that I do, like, around work. Because work is obviously the priority. is a flashback, and I can't remember exactly where I put it, or like where exactly it is. Oh, there it is. There is this flashback sequence that I did, and it's Lucille's journey. So it's Lucille's journey to Hallie. In the episode, like this is one of the shots from that story post. But this was like a flashback between episodes 3 and 4, I believe. Because in the episode, I literally just teleport her into a household in Hallie. But this gave a little bit more context. Especially between character dynamics and stuff. Meaning there's not exactly consequences. That's true. Yeah. I mean, so far, in terms of building up each of the characters, Ariana is the royal nanny of Hallie, and I've actually built on her throughout the story post. So she has like a miniature growing arc away from like her father's puppet, essentially. So she's always grown up as her father's puppet. Oh, okay. You're welcome. I'll definitely be sure to finish it. Yeah, definitely. Aoi is basically Yumi's like main lady in waiting. To see it explored more. Oh, definitely. At least I'll try to, because there is so many characters that just inevitably some of them are going to get left in the dust, if that makes sense. I think in terms of characters like that, it's gonna be a case of like, as I'm going along, certain characters are gonna be as I go along, whereas others are like already mapped out, kind of. But there is a story coming up. I don't want to spoil it too much, but there is a story coming up that kind of explains why the council were as harsh as the way they were. Will it open plot holes? Maybe. I don't know. To be honest, every plot point is kind of a risk. Yeah. Yeah, but I like all these other families. I like how big and diverse the world is. It's like each one of the characters has their own perspective or like their own story to tell. That is true. To be fair though, it's kind of hard to find a middle ground. Yeah. I think I've definitely worked through some characters that you know are going to be more central to the plot. But some characters, it's not their time to be the primary focus, if that makes sense. Because I do have some characters that are mapped out as more primary characters, but that's later in the timeline, if that makes sense. So there's various points in the timeline where you get like a shift. Where the main characters sort of, like their drama is happening in the background and you jump to a more, like a focus on different characters, but you're still seeing the drama of the old mains in the background. That is true. Yeah. The debutante ball was definitely one of them that was like, that affected a lot of kingdoms, if you think about it, because the debutante ball was originally supposed to be held in Verona, but because Hawke wouldn't let Sparrow out of Avis, it was moved to Avis. And Hawke actually threatened his sister and like his nephews in Verona if they said anything. True. True. It's definitely a juggling. It's definitely a case of juggling. I hope I'm doing a decent job at juggling though. At the moment. yes and no. They know that Hawk is difficult to get on with, but they don't know the full extent of everything. That's good. I kind of like that idea of like how the rest of the world would interact with Avis. I think there's a mixture of both answers there. Yeah. Verona are in a really tough spot. Especially with the fact that Sagini now has a little boy on the Veronan side. So she has two boys, one on the Veronan side, one on the Avian side of the conflict. So they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place there. And bearing in mind, Sparrow doesn't even know that he has a brother. At least not yet. Yeah, it is the kingdom. But that raises... Yeah, exactly. It's definitely a balancing act. And also, I only have so many hours in the day. Hawk wants to stay quite civil with other kingdoms, so he's definitely riding a line currently of like what he can and can't do. And as soon as Kanara got away from him and the abusive family dynamic from Avis, it basically... My brain stopped working. I think a lot of it has to do with them wanting to keep the peace. Like a lot of it, I think, definitely comes from wanting to keep the peace. To some extent. But there's definitely a lot of like family dynamics going on as well. It's kind of... Yeah, I haven't really shown Hawk's iron grip over the kingdom, really. That is because I mainly get into it when I get into Sparrow's story, and Sparrow's story is coming up. So... We have Argus. I plan on having Argus's story first, or like the main bulk of his arc, because I deal with the character stories just in arcs that appear along the timeline, if that makes sense. So you might have a character that appears in one part of the timeline but will show up later. There's just so much to unpack. Hi, Snow! good. I think those will definitely be stuff that can be answered like in future story posts. Because I don't want to... Because at the same time as I want to explain everything, or like explain what at least I have in my mind to what's going on, one, not everything is fully fleshed out. And two, it's just... I feel like things would get more developed as they go along. And three, I don't want to give too many spoilers. So my brain is like, what do I share? Yeah, the information. Yeah. That's a good point. That could actually be something really interesting to explore. You've given me so much to like chew on that I could do future posts for. That's true. That is true. Ooh. You've given me so much to think about. Yeah, I definitely need to like up the ante. Yeah. I will say Argus is quite important. Well, even though technically speaking, his role overall isn't like super. Ugh. It's kind of hard to explain with Argus, mainly because a lot of stuff that happens to him usually. Oh, I know. I can't really. The thing is, though, I would do that. Like, I would make it part of the story, but, like, honestly, I already have certain characters in the future that basically rely on the fact that Argus survives. So, Argus isn't going to be assassinated. If you've watched Mirror Ray's series, I kind of see Argus as like, kind of like Prince Callan. Like Callan from, like Amira's brother. So, you know how he was born as like the crown prince, but takes a more backseat role as time goes on? There comes a point where he just can't take it anymore. I should really stop there before I spoil anything. That's true. I could repurpose it into other characters. Is merge characters to prevent having too many. Yeah, that is definitely something I could do too. I know some of my characters have a lot of kids. That's true. I just love creating characters though. A lot of my characters have like artwork origins, especially Bethany. So sometimes it's just fun just to be like, hey, this character has existed in my artwork for like 10 years. Oh, it's all fun. The stuff I do is kind of, I wouldn't say I'm like the best storyteller at all. I would just say that I like creating stories. Yeah, there is going to be deaths of characters. There's a death of a character that will be I don't want to spoil anything. My brain is like, don't say it. But, but there is a character who dies. Obviously, Yulia will pass away at some point, but like, there is a character who dies who has a severe impact into how certain events go forward. But yeah, I don't want to spoil too much, and not everything is like fully fleshed out. I think I mentioned that last stream. Mm-hmm. But yeah, this is a death that a certain character feels incredibly guilty about, because they suggested something in the past that came back to haunt them about this one character. If you're thinking Holly, then yeah, that's true. Because it's kind of like when I'm drawing up a family tree for characters. Because I want there to be detail everywhere. But obviously when there's too much detail, you can't really focus on one specific thing, if that makes sense. Yeah, that's true. know what you're saying. Yeah. my brain is like, there's just so much being thrown at me. Basically, I'm just thinking so much about how much I could change and how much there is to change. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just like, I suppose like I'm overwhelmed by like all the fixes I could make and trying to fit them around what's already like set, because I know some to be fair, I could say exactly the same thing. Like, I'm constantly changing things and stuff. So, like, oh, there's a lot. There's a lot of story beats here. There's a lot of potential, but do you ever follow up on it? Kind of, but it's never fully as satisfying as it could be. But yeah, I definitely will take at least some of those things on board and make changes. I definitely want to do a little bit more of a deep dive in Avis's direction. Yeah. The Sims is definitely a great way to like figure things out. It's a miracle I don't play with like any of the what is it, aging settings turned on, so I can just spend as much time as I like with each family. I can't play with aging settings on. Yeah, it's easier to visually storytell, definitely. Because as much as I liked doing the comic, it just took so much out of me. It is faster. Depending on how much you edit it though. But yeah, I am trying to go for more angles, to try and focus on more like smaller bits. Oh, it's why rebooting it. I think because yes, you do learn so much in the process. I think if there's some bits that I want to add or like slot in to the story as a whole, I think doing flashback story posts would be a good thing. I mean, not like a complete reboot, but like adding in things after the fact, flashing back to a certain moment. Do you think that would be like a good compromise? I will say, yeah, making things more accessible. Mirror Ray, or like Ray, makes things way more accessible for her series. She actually does like the roundup videos per season. Yeah, I definitely think flashbacks are going to be needed in certain places. Better than not doing them. Mm-hmm. And also it would help when an episode goes a bit too quickly for me to fully get everything explained. A story post would allow me to like flash back to that moment and just like flesh it out a bit more. Yeah. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. That is very, very true. And there is one flashback to when Lucille, Anthony, and Loki are kids. Or like Loki is a toddler and it's Lucille and her grandmother. I don't know. My brain is like, what? I swear, if you can look inside my head, it's more like mushy soup right now. But yeah, in terms of like a solid timeline, I mean, I like the flexibility of it not being like a solid timeline. Yeah, there's a flashback of Anastasia and Lucille that kind of goes into the whole idea of Lucille's matrilineal heritage. Exactly. That's why I've never really felt a part of the art community and never really felt part of the Sims community either. I've always felt like I've been in the middle. Not that I'm above anybody in the community, it's just, it always felt like I was in a completely different position to everybody else. Yeah. There is at least some structure, but I will say not everywhere has a set timeline in place. So Dune in particular, it wasn't fully fleshed out. It had some characters as like the heirs, and it was mainly something that I could actually play in The Sims and develop. Yeah. I have noticed, like, it is easy to do, like, clean splits between generations. Like, yeah, this might be... I was actually thinking of, like, a plot point today that could be really interesting, because a plot point that is coming up and that I have alluded to in the latest story post from Argus's arc is that Isla and Sky are going to be going... Well, Isla has invited Sky to be her +1 at Micah and Yumi's eventual wedding. Obviously, Yumi has to be a young adult first. But when they do get married, she's going to be a +1. An idea that I had in my mind was, with Yumi and Micah's wedding, how would Avis go about attending that? Because Hawk doesn't want to go because he does not want to see his sister. He does not like being in Verona. He does not want to see Sagini. He does not want to come across anybody like that. He won't allow Sparrow to go either because he doesn't want Sparrow to even know Sagini's there. Obviously, Sparrow is going to fight back against this because he's like, I want to see my cousin get married. And there is one character looking from the sidelines that finally decides, you know what? How about I meet you halfway and Hawk doesn't go. Sparrow doesn't go. But Penelope goes. Penelope was the one who essentially took Sagini's place in terms of Hawk's consort. Penelope doesn't have anything against Sagini. So she's in a very unique position. And it could be quite interesting. Yes and no. I would say that Penelope informs him that his mother is still around. She still can't tell him exactly where she is or what she's doing, because I think that's possible. I think that is definitely possible. But Penelope meeting Sagini. Yes, that's what I was thinking. That is what I was thinking. Obviously, I don't think he'll find out too much about the fact that he has a brother, but at least he'll get some comfort in knowing that his mum is out there. Yes, Holly does know. She doesn't know fully the extent of everything, but I think once Penelope goes to Verona, she's gonna understand a bit more. Basically, Penelope let Pyra and Holly in on the whole Sagini is actually alive thing. And Penelope's like, oh, you're not really supposed to know that. It's pretty much classified. Penelope is definitely in a very unique position because she is no longer the background empress, essentially. Once the family matriarch, Ekaterina, passed away, Avis became way more unstable. Yeah. I think that's a definite possibility. So Ekaterina is Kanara and Hawk's mum. Yeah, Ekaterina was kind of like the brakes on the car. And there's only so much that Penelope can do because she doesn't have any blood ties. I think it was definitely brought up in the machinima, or one of the machinimas. I think it was my longest ever machinima, where it was Ekaterina's funeral. Yeah, I think an argument between Holly and Sparrow could be interesting. I don't think things would turn super, super bad between them. Like, not intensely bad, but it definitely would put a strain on certain aspects of their relationship. Because it's not only Holly holding that secret, it's also Hawk holding... No, not Hawk. It's also Sparrow. Especially when they're married, Sparrow does hide some of the things about his dad to Holly, because Hawk's extent of how much he hates Mariposa, basically he doesn't want to scare off Holly at all. He does. Sparrow does actually cease communications with pretty much everybody at some point in the story. When yeah. So a future plot point of like Holly. Because it's really interesting that I took a picture of like the 3 Mariposa boys. Like just the 3 Mariposa boys, because it does actually end up being just the 3 Mariposa boys in the end. Well, of that family's generation anyway. Do you know what ends up happening to Holly? Just so I have an idea of what you know and what you don't know. Because at the moment, memory of a sieve would be soon. Soon-ish, I would say. Soon-ish. Hi, Sticky Heart. Yeah, there's definitely a lot for potential drama in the story. Yeah. Personally, though, I think Sparrow would understand why. Like, obviously, he would not be happy that she kept it from him. I don't think he would be happy that Holly kept it from him. However, he understands that he knows what his dad is like. He obviously knows what his dad is like. Doesn't make it right, but he knows what his dad is like. But yeah, Argus feels incredibly guilty for Holly's death. Yeah, I do think that would happen. That actually makes sense because I was thinking of other parts in the timeline where I was like, wait, it does take a bit longer for Holly and Sparrow to get married compared to other people, like the others. And I was thinking how to make that happen, and you've just given me a reason to make it happen, which is well, then again, I set up that reason anyway. It just made me more aware of the fact that I set it up. Yeah. How is Argus's story gonna end? So does Argus leave the country? No. He becomes Sky's advisor because he was Yulia's advisor for a long time, and he actually suited that role a lot better than yeah, he was heir, but Yulia trusted him more than any of her other advisors. And he has experience in the role of being king, so I feel like he would do everything in his power to help Sky achieve like a new wave of confidence in the monarchy. I think that's how I word it. But yeah, I do remember setting up the story beat of Holly and, well, Holly being told about Sagini. Because Holly was under the impression the same impression as Sparrow was for the longest time, until Penelope dropped that bombshell. Yulia has a tense relationship with Sky. Yeah, she does. Yeah. A lot of things would be really good to touch upon in a story post. Or several. Oh, I think he would have many, many doubts. But Sky being king isn't actually Argus's idea. Like, it's actually Holly's idea. Just how, it's funny because Argus's idea was that Holly and Sparrow should be together for like future peace. Obviously that comes back to, like, that idea comes back to bite him in the behind. But yeah, it's Holly's idea that Sky should be king. Because she does. She does. She actually, that is the last time she's going to be in Avis. No, not Avis. Mariposa. That is the last time she's going to be in Mariposa. The last time she's in Mariposa is before the birth of her first child. Well, her first and only child. And it's her idea because she's like, Sky and Isla are popular. They're kind of like, if you think about real life equivalents, you would say that it's kind of like Will and Kate. Like William and Kate. At the moment, the story just keeps going on and on and on and on and on. Yeah. Yeah, that child. Yeah, it does. Yeah. Hi again, Wolfam. But in terms of how long... I didn't say any reference. Or at least I don't think I did. Did I? As for Holly Blue knowing about Sagini, she knew at the funeral. Like she was told at the funeral of a Katerina, like the Avius matriarch. She didn't know up until that point. Other people knew before. Compared to other people, she finds out quite late. Obviously, compared to Sparrow, she finds out really early, but like, you know. Oh, Kate and William. Yeah. Yeah, the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge. Basically, really popular, almost like celebrity level status. Oh, with I. Sometimes my brain forgets my own. I would forget my own head if it wasn't screwed on. Oh. But yeah, Sky and Isla are like a really popular couple. So Holly suggests for them to take over, mainly because like they're so popular. They could start up the royal family again. We could have more generations coming in through them. And at the point where Holly suggests that to Argus is because at that point Isla's already had her first child with Sky. So Sky and Isla actually have a child before Holly and Sparrow. And this also brings in the whole fertility issues in Avis. As well, because Sparrow is going to have, just like Hawk did, Sparrow is also going to have some fertility issues as well. I'm sorry if I've just confused you then, like, about Love Across the Pond. I didn't mean to confuse you. I think he will adopt. Hi! Hi, Keith. I think Sparrow will adopt. Obviously, that'll be later on down the timeline. But yeah, originally, if you want to know the original plans, was that Pearl and Sparrow later on in the timeline. That's awesome! Well, thanks for popping in. Hi, Lucy. Adopted a daughter. I think... So, the original plan was for him to have 2 boys. But at the point where Sparrow actually takes the throne, Hawk is still going to be alive. But yeah, originally I was gonna have Sparrow have 2 biological boys, but now what I'm thinking is that Sparrow has an adopted son and then later actually has a biological son, because that could cause some, I wouldn't say friction, but I would say some dilemmas, because Hawk would still be alive at that point. They were twins, right? Yeah. Like the original idea was for them to be twins, or like around a similar sort of age. So I think So I think Sparrow adopting a little boy and then Pearl becoming pregnant at like within, I would say, a similar sort of time frame. So they're a similar sort of age still. But yeah, I think I like the idea of having their names are Robin and Finn. So Yeah, like a blended family like that. So yeah, I could go with like them having a girl, but like originally I was gonna go with 2 boys. So it's kind of like a good middle ground that still has an interesting story to it. And also because Hawk is still alive, at that point, Sparrow is still along the lines of thinking, well, it's still male primogeniture. I think be more yeah. Yeah, I do think that as well. Because the more I think about it in the moment that I was saying it, I was like, wait, no, it would actually make more sense. Yeah. I think it takes Sparrow a while to get back into that mindset, and I think if it does end up happening, it's like it's an accident. Yes, you can make a suggestion. Whether it will happen is up in the air, or whether I can implement it in some way. There will be a girl eventually in the Avis bloodline, but it's not going to be in Sparrow's children's generation. It will be in Sparrow's grandchildren's generation, which has even less mapped out for it. It has certain names and certain story beats that I want to hit, but like nothing fully concrete. But it will happen eventually. Like a girl in the Avis royal family. That's true. I will say that not everyone, once Hawk is not on the throne anymore, the majority of people love the fact that Sparrow is now, will be Emperor. But there are going to be some that disapprove of how Hawk was thrown off the throne, if that makes sense. There's definitely going to be multiple opinions. It's going to be a very controversial. How many generations do you have? Depends on the family you're talking about. Some families, barely even 1 or 2. Other families, up to about 5 or 6. Yeah, he's not particularly the popular monarch. So small but dangerous. Mm-hmm. like I'm not getting anything done. Because I'm too busy, like, talking about the story. I'm like, oh. Are there any story you want input on? I'm not really sure. Drawing of an embryo. Adoption. Oh, that. That's an interesting take. That's an interesting take, Wolfam. I don't think it will be the route that Sparrow goes, but maybe one of the other characters might end up doing that at some point. Bounce ideas off me. So the next story that's coming up after Argus is going to focus on Lucille a bit. And it's going to focus on Lucille's dad returning. Now, Lucille's dad had a part to play in the downfall of Hallie, which is the reason why the council were so against Lucille in the first place. Obviously, Lucille herself doesn't have anything really to do with Hallie. It was mainly her dad's doing, but like, obviously her dad's reputation doesn't bode well. He doesn't... Okay, so Sparrow grew up pretty much alongside his mother, mainly. So halfway through being like a kid in The Sims. So pretty much almost when he was going to be turning into a teenager. Like, all of his values and stuff were pretty much taught from his mother. So he was just old enough to understand the differences between Sagini was booted out just before Sparrow became a teen, so it's hard to say like in what age that would be in real life. I wish that there was like a preteen phase. Like back in my series, that's one thing I wish happened, is that Sparrow was in the preteen phase. So if you know the preteen mod for The Sims, I feel like Sparrow would have been in that phase. So a lot of his character values still stuck from his mom, essentially. I hope I'm making sense. Because I have a problem with like trying to get my words out like in order, because my mind is thinking of everything at once, but it does not know how to like organize it out properly. It's like in my mind, it's all organized perfectly, but it doesn't come out my mouth the same way. My mouth and my brain are like disconnected, or like disjointed at the very least. Especially when it comes to explaining things. I sometimes like to call it tripping over my own thoughts. Okay, bye, Keith. Thanks for popping in. It depends on what the topics it is. So if there's certain topics that I want to search, I feel like I should do more research on writing. Again, that comes down to the whole like writer versus artist thing. But yeah, I imagine Sparrow being in the preteen phase. So the preteen phase I imagine the preteen phase being from like between 10 and 14 kind of thing. Or like the preteen mod. Obviously everybody has their own like gauge for the different life stages. And since I don't play with aging, it's even harder to tell where they are, where they're at. Oh, to clarify, I mostly meant things like grammar, punctuation, overall structure of one's words. A lot of the time, I do actually write out what I want first. I do it for both story posts and for machinimas. I mean, I mainly do it for story posts and machinimas to copy and paste the stuff from one place to another, like into Photoshop, so I can actually move around the stuff. But yeah, I do a lot of my planning. was just gonna get up my story post and take a screenshot, or like take a screen cap, just to show you what I have in terms of Argus's tour posts, just to show you like a basic rundown of some of the I will say sometimes when I'm doing things, it does actually change. Like, some of the dialogue does actually change as I'm doing it. But yeah, this is me. This is how I've written one of Argus's tour posts. I think my favourite thing to write was literally Felix and Adrian. Like on slide 7, which was like, strangers from the outside. Ooh. Oh. If Hawke is as unpopular as he is, how is he avoided or suppressed revolts? That's definitely something that I'm wanting to explore. Yeah, I think, yeah, that is the main takeaway. He doesn't let information leak all that much. He is a very controlling, like, dictator of a ruler. But yeah, I really enjoyed writing Felix and Adrian's lines in that one. It was nice. Also, I change the language a little bit, especially when it comes to writing, because when I look at the characters in the screenshots, I'm like, how would they say it? Obviously, I've written it in a certain way, but I'm thinking, how would they say it in their dialect? That reminds me, I have to write Lilith's tour. But I also write out stuff for Machinimas as well. A lot of the time, Machinima's dialogue changes more so than the story posts ones. It's because with the Machinimas, I only have a certain amount of room that I can actually put the text in. So sometimes I actually shorten the amount of dialogue, or like I cut out a lot of the jargon and I just get straight to the point. It does take away the whole, like, how they would sound, like, royally, but it just gets to the point a bit quicker, I think. Yeah, I definitely think doing more research into writing for dialogue would be wise. No, nobody really proofreads my scripts. I mean, when doing the majority of like the character progression and the character writing, like a lot of the stuff that's already down, I did actually go back and forth with like two friends, but since I got a job and I have been doing so many other projects, I haven't had the chance to like go back to them. I really could do with messaging them again, just being like, help me with more, please. Life has just got in the way of like everything. Yeah, that's true. But like a lot of the backbone of my stories was actually proofread and like ideas were bounced off. It's how the Kingdom of Akrell came around. The Kingdom of Akrell, its origins in my story actually come from a gaming stream. If you've ever played Spyro 2, that'd be cool. Yeah, that's true. That run-on sentences. Yeah, I definitely need to ground things a bit more. Okay. Thanks for all the advice, though. Like, all of this is like... I would honestly murder for a proper critique group. Yeah. Same. It's been a while since I got into contact with my old contact. My old critique. I wouldn't say critique, but like a place where we would just add to the pile of character stuff. Yeah, I get that. Where I'd find one. To be honest, I don't even think the 2 people I had helping me with mine in the beginning were either... It wasn't even like a critique type of group. It was more so a case of like adding to the pile of ideas and then just trying to shape. It's like making pottery on a spinning wheel. Just trying to mold these ideas into a cohesive thing. It's 10:44 already. I feel like I haven't really done much in this stream but just talk. True. I will say the critiques with the Sims episodes have been like really, really good. With Lilith's father was totally my friend's idea. Ah. I didn't even realise it was 10:45. A Sims editing stream. Ooh. No gameplay, but writing and editing screenshots. I've never considered that. Huh. I don't know whether I would do it on this channel though, because obviously it's like, where would I do it? Twitch, maybe? Because I don't know. That is a good point. It's a great idea. Oh, that's a bow, not a flower. I legitimately thought it was a flower. Ew. Yeah, maybe a Sims writing stream on your Sims channel. Yeah, that's true. People to come and join your stream to discuss things. There's obviously the fine line between spoilers, though. For those who want spoilers, for those who want to just read the story. I don't know. A writing stream would be so cool, yeah. That is true. I agree. Wait, I just had an idea to make my life 10 times easier with the frills. I've got like frill brushes. I didn't delete the line work. I literally just made it. Just turn the layer off. Let's see what brushes I can use to make my life 10 times easier. I mean, there is like those brushes. I've downloaded like a heck of a lot of brushes. There's patterns. I was thinking of using this brush for her earring. Or like a basic. I don't know yet. We'll see what brushes I can do. There's like pearls. I have so much stuff that you don't use any of it at all. Ruffle edge. Oh, okay. Yeah. Personally, find spoilers interesting in their own right, as it's the execution that makes the story true. And spoilers make me want to stick around to see how the plot's revealed and refined. Okay then. That's definitely something to consider. I will definitely keep that in mind then. Oh. there's frills everywhere. And I didn't realise just how many frills were in this outfit. I think using a brush to help me flesh out where the frills are is definitely going to help. I'm also a very slow writer. Yeah, that's what I struggle with. I feel like I should be quicker. I decided it would be a cool idea. That's me. I've decided I want to do everything at once. My free time? Non-existent. Where'd it be? It doesn't exist. Are you? 1 second. I need to deal with my tablet that has literally just decided I'm just gonna not. I'll be right back. My tablet was literally just like, yeah, I'm gonna stop. So I just had to turn it on and off again just to like make it work. It does that from time to time. Ooh. I'm just focusing on the detail of the dress for now. There's a lot of frills. This will give me an idea of like how to draw the frills a bit better. Positioning and just overall flow. Yeah, as for my tablet, it was still showing as a screen, but like the tablet function almost like pretty much stopped. Touch wood, I didn't need to like restart my computer. Oh, definitely. I definitely end up repurposing ideas from eons ago. I mean, one of those ideas was Bethany. Bethany was a character that I had so long ago, and if you know the history of my art channel, you'll know that she was one of the original 7 characters that I introduced. So to have her being brought back into the fray again is wild. It's a very surreal moment for me. Almost like a full circle moment, if that makes sense. Actually, so many things happen in terms of the story, and also with Argus's like mental state. Argus just keeps pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off. And also, Argus and Bethany don't really have particularly like they don't have a huge romantic relationship. Like, yeah, Bethany likes him, but they realize they're way better as friends, as like mutuals, rather than romantic partners. But yeah, over a short space of time, quite a lot happens to the point where I think he does. I think he will get at least engaged to Bethany, but like it just keeps happening, just to get pushed back and pushed back and pushed back to a point where there's a breaking point. And I feel like the interesting part about it is that it would be Bethany to break it off, because I think she can tell that things are happening. Does Bethany have a goal that she wants to? Well, she studied to be a teacher. On a need and not really. Exactly. But something was brought up by by one of my long-time subscribers and friends, May, and she said something about the potential for Montague or like Monty and Bethany, because if you look at one of the story posts that I did with Bethany, Monty and Argus, this was actually the first story post that Monty was not a deco sim. He was actually like a proper sim for the first time. You can tell that Monty has more of a banter with Bethany than Argus does. Because Argus is, like, he is mentally quite awkward. Like, he's socially awkward. Not mentally. Socially, Argus is very awkward. Yeah, I do think Bethany would gain something from the situation. I still haven't fully fleshed out her role, because Argus's story was very much like in flux, I would say, because there were certain points that I wanted to hit with Argus's story, but I didn't have his story completely fleshed out. There's certain characters where I'm like, oh my god, yes, they are dead set this way. But how I get to certain points in the story is in flux. It's like, it's subject to change. I hope I'm explaining this okay. know I wanted to get this done tonight. It was never gonna happen. I think I'm gonna have to go to bed at some point. Doesn't need to be perfect. Do with a thinner brush. I'm not perfectly tracing it, I'm just seeing where these could lead. There we go. Using the brush for placement of the frills and then There's so much detail. There we go. I am trying to just add a little bit of like detailing from the top. But yeah, I definitely think I'm gonna have to go to bed at some point. I'll give it another 15 minutes, I think. See where I can get in 15 minutes. But yeah, this is the style of ruffles that I want. Move, manipulate. Now that the stream has gone really quiet, I've gone really tired. Oh. really has been. It's been productive, like, in terms of, like, constructive criticism for my stories and how I go about doing them, because I definitely wanted to do more in terms of adding to Avis and Mariposa and like adding more gravity to Avis and Mariposa's situation. I knew that was something that I wanted to do, but I didn't know how to go about it in certain ways. So it's definitely given me more food for thought. And your earlier comments about like what to do, just so I don't forget them, I did actually do a little bit of screenshotting so I can actually bring them up again. Just as like a reminder, yes, bring this to the forefront of your to-do list, please. But thank you. I hope it's not cheating. I hope it's not cheating to like to trace the frills. The frills were mainly like for placement and for detailing. Yeah, because I knew I would forget, because I've got a week's worth of work. I work in the middle of the day from like 10 till 3, and sometimes I even work overtime. So like majority of like the middle of my day is like taken up. And obviously if I go to bed late, I'm sleeping for most of the morning. So I don't really have much time in the evenings to do stuff. Yeah. I'm just scared somebody will think I'm cheating by doing it this way. I think as I'm going on though, the line work's getting a bit more sloppy. But then again, you zoomed out so far, could you really tell? And also it will blend in. It will eventually blend in. Very true. I'm just gonna erase the shoulder line just so I can actually move. Move this. There's been multiple points in this piece where I've just scrapped things. I think I could do with like the mesh. Oh, no. So having it curve more around and be closer to the curve underneath. Oh, hi Lucy! These streams, because hearing other people talk about their stories motivates me to develop mine. Oh, I'm glad! As for the idea of like a story, like a Sims story post stream, that's like an interesting one. It's definitely something to think about. Because I usually do those very, very late at night before I even go to bed. To be fair, I could do with putting more thought into them. Or like giving them a little bit of breathing room. But I get excited about them. That's a good point. I will say taking screenshots is a little bit different to doing them on stream. because I get the feeling it could be very, very laggy if I was to take screenshots on stream. Because reshade in general just makes things lag. But it is a possibility, I guess. But it's definitely something to consider. It's definitely something to at least try out. I'd love to give it a go. Maybe an hour. That's true. To be fair though, whenever I stream, it's usually a really long one. Ooh, it takes me a while. Because I'm always umming and ahhing about like the way things are being said. And like how to go about certain characters. I mean, sometimes I scrap posts in general because I'm not happy. Because I am fussy. I think I might do this ruffle and then call it a night because I am getting tired and I have work in the morning. But yeah, I'm staying for like a little longer. Just until I finish these frills over the shoulder. there's still frills going down here. To be fair, I haven't done the frills down here or down there. Ooh, it looks pretty. Oh, wrong one. Okay. I think now I'm gonna call it a night because even though I could finish off frills on this multiply layer more so, I think I will call it a night here. I really hope you enjoyed the stream. Thanks for coming. I really enjoyed talking about my character universe and just getting a bit more constructive feedback, as well as different things about it. It's been really insightful. But yeah, I hope you enjoyed it, and I'll see you in my next one. Hi, Danae. I was literally just about to end the stream. But yeah. Bye.